Welcome. Today is Thursday, April 11th. I would like to welcome all of you to the UBC Learning Circle. And today we are in beautiful downtown Vancouver. It's nice and sunny here in the city. I'd like to recognize the territory for which we reside. Our office resides here in the downtown, which is the Musqueam Territory. My name is Crystal Morris, and today I'm joined by Aboriginal People's Health Associate Program Director, my supervisor, Leah Walker, and today we have a presentation by Michele A, Indigenous Knowledge and Research. So today Michele is joining us for an engaging presentation, and we'll be sharing indigenous approaches to developing research relationships that support relationships. I'm sorry, Nishka, can you please turn off your microphone? Thank you. Thank you very much. And Michele will be examining the context between institutional research and approaches and community-based knowledge needs. And if you have a question, the format for today's presentation is on the video conference unit. If you could, like you so kindly do, is get our attention by just waving your hand to us. We will address you, and at that point in time, if you would turn on your microphone when you ask the direction, because I know some of you are still learning the system, so you could do that. We do have a fair number on Adobe Connect, which is our computer. So we have 6 communities joining us by video conference, and yes, yay, and we have 36 participants on Adobe Connect. So what we're going to do really quick is ask how many are in the room or how many you're expecting currently. I see Shirley up there in Adams Lake. Are you expecting anybody else up there, Shirley, with you? No? Okay, that's great. And then we also have the Nishkas. I don't see you on the board anymore. I'm not sure what happened there. We have Halip up in the Lillooet, expected to join us. Cowichan Tribes is expecting to join us. Adams Lake, the Gitxsan, and Lake Babine. Hulkamanum, are you expecting anybody else in your room today?
Oh,
no.
We can't hear you.
Stephen at eHealth, we could not hear that response.
Can you hear now?
Help us out?
Yeah.
Yes.
You can hear now.
Yes.
Can you hear us? Okay. We are in Hulkamanum Health Offices. And myself, I'm a nurse with Cowichan Tribes, and we have 2 others expected. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the Adobe Connects, if you could let us know how many are in each of your rooms. I know it's going to be a little bit to capture, but we do have a method for capturing what is on Adobe Connect. So we're able to record the numbers. So thank you very much. What I'm going to do is do an intro of our presenter today, Michele. Did I?
She did. So
oh, sorry.
Turn it over.
Okay, so can I turn this over to Michele now? So thank you for joining us.
Akisa Kyukit, Huagaslit Misopaski. My name is Michele A, and I am Ktunaxa. I am the oldest of 7 children. I'm one of the 60 Scoop kids, and I returned back to my people probably, over 20 years ago, and have been working in the field of health, education, governance, specific to restoration of our peoplehood for probably that long. I have an academic background in social work, Indigenous learning, and English literature, if you can believe that. And I'm currently doing my PhD in interdisciplinary studies and looking at what nations such as my own people, the Ktunaxa, can do through self-development to restore our peoplehood and raise up our people to have life lived well and long. And so today's presentation is about 40 slides. It's what I'm hoping to do is, like I said in the little blurb, is to try to demythify what research is and to really validate what I have learned going around the province over the last 10, 15 years and participating in learning opportunities and knowledge relationships in different places, and taking another focused look at what research is and what research isn't, and what research could be to us. So I think we'll just start. All right, first slide. I just want to acknowledge a woman named Megan I met in Winnipeg. She works with the Manitoba Education Council, and she participated in a day-long workshop with me. And that graphic you see there was a doodle of hers while she was listening to me for the day. And I asked her if I could have it at the end of the day because she was going to throw it away. And she gifted it to me and said that I could use it. And so I just want to acknowledge that all the time, that's really that embodiment, that piece of art is the embodiment of my research agenda and how I see research playing a role for us as Indigenous peoples in a time of the greatest freedom we've had since contact over the last 40 years. Next. So the clicker is over on the other side, close to where I'm pointing. So if you see me pointing, it's because I'm trying to direct somebody to click for me. The late Patricia Montour Angus, a Mohawk woman who was one of the first lawyers in Canada and was quite vocal around the child welfare system. And she actually had this great quote, and when it came out, I was in the middle of doing my master's thesis, and it really made me think about, the difference between surviving and being persistent peoples, especially as we are moving in this province, in the British Columbia context, within this province, within our homelands, of moving towards self-governance through treaty, through health transfer, through jurisdiction over education, and delegation over child welfare. Next. Where I'm hoping to get us by the end of this conversation is through this slide. So if you just want to keep clicking, looking at the normative research agenda, looking at what's missing, some of the assumptions that we have, looking at things like the primitivist ideology around us as Indian people and the Indian problem, looking at our creation stories, our values of knowledge, whose knowledge we value, as well as what our outcomes, what our visions and our interests are for our people, and how we go about articulating that, re-energizing that, revitalizing that, and bringing it back to who we are as First Peoples across, wherever you are according to your lands and language. By no means am I presenting a one-size-fits-all or a model that I think everyone should follow. This work that I'm presenting to you today is things that I've learned that are common principles that people can take pieces of our learning and hopefully look at your own situation and maybe find the pieces, and bring back those pieces and put those forward and put those in place as foundation. Because the vision, the bottom, the blue piece, that vision, that purpose, that intent is unique to your own people and unique to the geographies. And I love the fact that our geography, our land and our water and our relationships to those really help solidify who we are and help determine for us how we are in our own homelands. Next. So I work at HELP. One of my first jobs out of high school was as an early child development educator. My favorite age group is about 18 months to about 4 years old, because I find they're the most brilliant scientists ever, because they always ask why, and I really like that. And they are inquisitive, they are aware of the world around them. And so I've actually had the benefit of teaching across the lifespan now, from early child development all the way actually to post-grad and doing a lot of professional development. And so when I came to the UBC, I was I applied for the job, got the job, but my job was to lead a research agenda around Aboriginal child development. And so these are the influences upon me. And first and foremost is my relational identities. I am Ktunaxa on my mother's side. I am Haudenosaunee and Italian on my father's side. My daughter has an Anishinaabe father. My son has, and I can never pronounce the name, and I apologize, Nakakmak. I apologize. I still can never say his name, but my son's father is from the territory around Merritt. I have an Italian great-grandfather somewhere, and I was adopted by Dutch immigrants. And so if you want to talk about cultural relevance, let's have the conversation. Because I have to constantly walk in a lot of different ways. And, the benefit, I think, of my adoption was that I really had to look at what was important to be able to have all of these different relations. And they're not without their problems. So I just want to say that. In my university career, I was blessed to go to Lakehead University, where we had the only Indigenous philosophies course in North America at the time, which was Indigenous Learning. And from that, really focused on philosophies and hermeneutics. And hermeneutics is really the science and the study of processes of meaning making. And I also took a literature degree, an English degree, which really focused on British colonial writings, mainly because I wasn't getting any sort of critique and criticism of social work practice as a social policy from a British tradition and looking at colonialism. And so that's really where I'm coming from. I believe that we, have a responsibility as free people, as a generation of free people, to look at power and to look at our privileges and our responsibilities and our ability to respond. It's not a responsibility with a shaking finger. It's actually how can I respond to, do I have the abilities to respond to what is in front of me, and how do we grow that for different people? Go ahead. Thank you. So the question is about, whose processes are we using? Whose processes do we use to make meaning of our lives? Whose processes do we use to access information? All of these sorts of thinking. So that's a really big question that I'm putting forward to folks. So what we know, and this is a bit of history for some people maybe, but what I know, or what I've gathered through different literature, is that there has been this problematic interaction between Western Indigenous knowledges and that has actually been a bit of a kerfuffle. So can you, yeah, thank you. So basically, and click, and again, yeah, great. And so what's happened is basically that Western methodologies, because of the hierarchy, because of the power, because of the way that education has been structured, has really come over and taken over and hidden and reinterpreted a lot of Indigenous people's knowledges. Go ahead. And so what we're suggesting, and again, oh, sorry, there should be one more. No, okay, it's showing on mine. Okay, anyways, so what we're trying to do is pull these two things apart to be able to take a good look at what the value is between these two systems. So Western methodologies on its own, Indigenous knowledge is on our own, to really understand what is in between these two. And this is where what we call methods in research is really implicated or really active. And so we often talk about, in quantitative measures or in number-based measures, counting, that it's inappropriate, that it's, there's bias, that what we're looking at is, when we're trying to quantify what the issues are, that the measurement is not relevant to us. But if you can click, the next argument, we talk about qualitative measures, and we talk about things like narrative approaches or ethnography or what's the other big popular one? ethnography, grounded theory, all of these different approaches, post-colonial approaches that are seen as qualitative, that you go out and have a conversation with somebody, that these are less harmful somehow. And these wonderful folks at the top, Denzin and Lincoln, they've actually recognized, historical moments in qualitative methods and qualitative research, and they've actually sort of modeled along with the shifts in policy that we've seen, and they're not necessarily a good alternative to quantitative measures. They're equally as problematic, and part of the reason for that is because they're still grounded in a Western idea of what research is and what the value of knowledge is and whose knowledges are really important. No, you keep looking. So one of the things that when I was doing my master's and my undergraduate, I got this model given to me. So where you start with what is the problem, and then you define a hypothesis, and then you look at, well, how do I look at that question? So we get the research design, and then how do we know about whatever it is? So we do a literature review, and then we look at the methods of how to gather that information, and then what data is going to tell us the best answer to that question, and then what does it mean, the data analysis, and then so what do we do about it? Does it influence policy then? How do we use this knowledge? And that there's a central idea, theory, and a methodology that sort of holds it all together. When I did my master's thesis, I did it for my own people, for the Ktunaxa people, and at the time we were in delegation over child welfare. And what I did was I went and I asked my people, what does the welfare of our children mean to us? Because as a kid that had gone through the child welfare system, I really believed that that was not a system we had as Indigenous people. And so as we were going for delegation over child welfare, I started to recognize it wasn't a child welfare system we were being delegated to, but a child protection system, which is a very, very different thing. But when we're using English language and we don't necessarily understand all of the terminologies, we end up assigning value to things and taking on things that may actually be very incongruent to where we're trying to get to. I use the example of reading about residential school survivors, looking at how education right now, Aboriginal education, is placed under student services rather than instruction and curriculum. And one of the issues I have is the fact that we're actually learning occupational English. By occupational English, I mean we're learning English to get us jobs, not to think deeply, not to critically analyze, not to go deep understanding of what these concepts are and what they will mean to us in this generation, that generation, and the generation forward. And that a lot of the ways that we are being taught are sort of the philosophy and the belief system and the foundation knowledge is being really taken away and put aside. And that happens a lot in research. We don't talk about philosophy. We don't talk about how do you know. We talk about it in terms of an epistemology, which is, the study of how we know and what we know and why we know. But we don't really get to the foundation of what is this value? What is the essence of this knowledge, and how do we then gift it? How is it sacred? So there's a lot of brilliant Indigenous scholars writing about these sorts of things, and all I'm trying to do is bring them together and then contextualize or make it relevant in my experience of what research is, and from that hoping that you might get an idea of, oh, this is what she's talking about, and this is how we could do this here, and really start to explore some of these ideas. So in this circle, this research cycle, the biggest question that I had was, where are ethics located? And I don't just mean health research review board ethics. I mean, what is our moral, and I don't mean this in a Western legal way either, but as Indigenous people, what is our role, responsibility in knowledge relationships to each other? And how do we perpetuate those? How do I carry knowledge that I get asking these questions in a good way that reflects my people's participation or contribution, how do I then act as a knowledge interpreter, because that's what I do as a researcher? How do I contribute to knowledge generation? And how do we continue to move knowledge for future generations? And something just happened.
A technical
Did that happen
glitch.
everywhere?
It did.
Okay. Okay. So when I did my master's thesis, I got all the approvals at the institutional level, and then I went home and found out that we didn't have that same process at home. And I was grateful for that on one level and completely unprepared on the other. And that was in 1998. And so I continued to do the research, and it took me another 5 years to finish my master's, because I had the issue of how do I carry these sacred stories that people have given to me, answering the question, what does the welfare of children mean to us? And how do I do that in a very, very good way, at the same time dealing with the institutional expectations of what good research is? And so, next slide, please. Jen Mackey, stop it. Sorry, Jen Mackey has written that my thinking is crashing the matrix. So what my research at that time was based on is this pillar of knowledge, this silo of how knowledge is developed through social sciences. And this model of epistemologies informing theoretical perspectives, informing methodologies, and forming methods is the most common or universal, quote unquote, in Western academic and institutional research everywhere, basically, which has so many assumptions that are not even included, not even alluded to. There's no question. This is the pillar that we base everything upon. And so when I started to do the master's thesis, I had huge concerns about how do I make this relevant? How does the answers that I have meet this pillar, at the same time make sense to my people? And that was the most important thing. The validity of my research, it didn't mean for me that I had to be relevant to the institution. It had to be relevant to my people, that we were able to use this, that this was something that was going to be usable. And so, a lot of my own people, they know I walked around with poster boards and would start drawing for them what I was learning from them. And we would then have conversations. A lot of the elders that I spoke to at the time, would sit me down and basically say, what are you learning in that education of yours? And we would talk about theory, and we would talk about epistemology, and we would talk about these big words. And then they would give me big words in my own language about what I was talking about and why it was important for me to do this work. Go ahead. So a lot of what they were talking about in our community, and these are small communities in the interior of BC, when I got back, I kept notes for that entire time. When I got back, there was a great book that's now considered a bit of a Bible, but by Linda Smith, called Decolonizing Methodologies. And in her epilogue, if you've never read it, read it. And if you've ever done research as an Indigenous person, read the epilogue, because basically there were whole captions of that epilogue that I found that were in my notes, just about the challenges and why it was so important to me, and debunking this idea that I wasn't objective enough, and then really looking at intellectual imperialism, looking at the fact that really no research is actually unbiased or objective, because it's reflecting a culture. And so what she put forward is this model of decolonizing methodologies. And what it does is it brings together Indigenous people's knowledges and Western methodologies, and it suggests that there's a third space. There's a decolonizing methodology. And what we can do with that, or as far as I'm concerned, what we can do with that is we, from Indigenous knowledges, can create research agendas. And through doing so, we also create time and space to have meaning of our lives again, and make meaning of our lives purposeful. I don't know about any of you, but I have never seen a program or a service that says our mandate is to ensure that you make meaning of your life experiences. And yet that's exactly what we are all involved in, and my experiences have always been through ceremony and through talking to different people is that that's really what we're looking for. We're looking for meaning of our lives. There's not a lot, I think, a very comprehensive understanding of what it means to live as Indigenous people in a time of genocide and colonialism. And because it's all seen from one angle or another angle or another angle. And so as individuals and as collectives, we're trying to make meaning of these lives, of these interconnected lives. And for myself, what I ended up doing was going back to Haudenosaunee tradition and so-called sayings. You know, the one was you make a good decision for 7 generations. And so for myself, it made me go back and say, what the heck happened 7 generations ago that I am a single woman, that I dropped out of high school, that I drank, that I drugged, that I dealt with sexual violence, that I had dealt with relationship issues, that I'd been adopted out, that now I was a single mother of a child with special needs, that, you know, all of the statistics, how is it that, and I thought, oh, you know, my ancestors didn't make very good decisions. And then I went back to my education and looking at, well, how could they when they had no rights to make any of these decisions? And then put myself back into the generations to say, I need to make good decisions for the next 7 generations. I need to make meaning of what this life is. I need to understand what I understand, and I need to put forward what I need to know. What are my questions for the future? Next. And so one of the things that I started to look at, and of course when I introduced myself, all of the different cultures and languages that I have been blessed to negotiate, I started looking at things like circuits of culture. And this is inspired by Paul Duguay's work and Stuart Hall's work in human geography around circuit of culture. And I started looking at research, especially Indian problem research, all of the social adversities and health disparities, right? That line that we always get, social adversities, health disparities, and looking at how the construction of Aboriginal child was happening, and how come I was always being seen by somebody, and how was I seeing myself? And so looking at what I refer to as primary source data in a circuit of culture. So when we're doing data analysis, there is a primary source data, which is, you know, looking at something that's related to ourselves or that, you know, we have first look at, right? We're familiar with, we know the ins and outs of, in a nutshell. Secondary source data is when we are looking at it through a certain lens, or we are removed a few steps from it, and we're trying to, you know, to see what this looks like. And in research, as far as I'm concerned, and as far as what I can see in Indian problem research, is that it's not primary source data because I'm not actually an Indian. I'm Ktunaxa. My identity is a Ktunaxa. And representation and regulation of myself as a Ktunaxa is inherent to my people. The production of our knowledges as Ktunaxa people, the consumption or how we use our knowledges is grounded in all of our traditions, all of our ways of being, doing, and knowing. And so when I started looking at some of the stuff that was written about Ktunaxa, and I looked at Frank Boaz's versions of our stories, and I was like, oh my goodness, this doesn't make any sense. Started talking to elders, and they said, of course it doesn't make any sense because he didn't understand us. And so when I started to look at what research was saying about our children, because that's my focus, I started to recognize these people don't know who we are. Because we are not objects for research. These are my people, you know, these are my children, these are my grandchildren, right? So really acknowledging that connection. Next slide. So Indigenous knowledge, Indigenous learning, Dennis McPherson and Doug Rabb, they have this great book out called Indian from the Inside, and they talk about the hermeneutic phenomenology. They talk about hermeneutics or meaning making, and how we used to make meaning of our lives. And as researchers, as students, we participate in that knowledge generation all the time. And back in the day, if we like to think about pre-contact, we were making meaning of our lives every single day through all of the activities. but through residential, through school, through, intellectual imperialism, our ability to make meaning of our lives has sort of been pulled away from us, and we're supposed to objectify it and be unbiased and leave it over there, right? Because it becomes evidence. And we know that's not what happens. That's not what happens for Western societies. That's not what happens for us. And we have to dispel that methodology. We have to actually appreciate we come at this from different places, and that's actually a really good thing. Next. So I like to use visuals and dispel our mythology. And I like to use maps. This is a map, of course, of Turtle Island, and what it has is the knowledge families and the language groups and the language families as boundaries. And they're fuzzy boundaries, because I understand the criticisms of map making and of drawing those solid lines everywhere. At the same time, I recognize there were relationships between us in our shared territories where we agreed to disagree. Sometimes we married across, sometimes we shared children. And as I showed you before, I share children with a number of different nations. And as such, we talk about humanity, right? And I'm like, okay, I share my children with these different nations. As such, you are my family. As such, I want us to figure out how to get along. And if we agree to disagree, then how we can still maintain those relationships in respectful ways. So this is the Coast Salish region. These maps are made by HELP. This is a part of the work that we did at HELP, was to say, when we have data, when we have relationships, we really need to think differently about who we're talking to and which land we're privileging. Are we privileging Vancouver? Are we privileging the Lower Mainland? Or are we privileging Musqueam people and their territories and their relationships and their all their relations, as well as the Halkomeam speaking people with the different dialects all the way down the river, right? Because they are not all the same. And if we really believe in place-based, then we'll consider whose territories are underlining the concrete. Benita Lawrence, of course, wrote that great book where she's quoting one of the elders she worked with, that underneath all of the concrete, as urban Indian people, we still live in somebody's territory. And do we privilege that identity when we are living in urban centers? Or do we privilege urban centers and the colonial experience in our meaning making? So a little recap for folks, what is colonialism? What is colonization? This is from Frederis and Ktunaxa, which I think is a brilliant textbook if you ever want to look at one. But I'm biased, of course, because I used it. But I found it, it needs supplementation like everything does, but I really like this book. But they go into a model of what colonialism is, what colonization has been. And it really lays out for us, the different ways that it actually occurs. And it's not just one thing. It's not just geography. It's not just economics. It's not just politics. It's all of the above plus some. And those things, a lot of us, if we're on Facebook, for example, we'll see a lot of the things that are coming out of Idle No More that are trying to critique and criticize what's going on. A lot of the racism happens in a lot of ways, and a lot of them are very disconscious, and we'll talk about what disconscious is later. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I have this quote here for you to consider, that these processes of colonization have actually impacted an Indigenous person's actual personality in the ways that are coming at every different angle.
Sorry, I was just saying there's a question.
The color line. Okay. The color line is basically looking at it's biologically based. I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. It's biologically based. So, for example, First Nations people, quote unquote, have long black hair, have dark skin, have all of these sorts of attributes. So if you're lighter skinned, then, the color you can pass, right? We all know that idea of passing for non-Aboriginal people. I didn't even realize you got long hair. I always get it because I have curly hair, and people are like, you can't be full-blood because you... And that's an example of what the color line is.
Yeah.
So recognizing that we actually come in all, shapes, sizes, and colors, but how we're perceived by outside perceivers, people looking at us, is that, oh, you need to be looking like this.
Ryan actually has a question too on Adobe Connect. When is Michele going to do a TED Talk?
I don't know who Ted is. Just kidding. Okay. So looking at the destruction of the personality and looking at how this happens. How this happens, and it happens intergenerationally. And so when we talk about intergenerational trauma and stress, my area of interest, in my big head area of interest, is looking at social epigenetics, and that's a whole other story. But I really have great interest in Indigenous science and how we supported people through things of events of trauma and stress, like in the old days when we did our funerals. That still kind of come out today, although religion comes with it, but still some of the old processes, looking at grieving, looking at preparing for motherhood and for fatherhood, looking at all of those sorts of those influences upon our personality. Yep. And so one of the things that happens, of course, is when we're looking outside of ourselves onto somebody else, we are basically taking a secondary view. It's not the primary. We're not looking at ourselves. It's an external view. So we're looking out, and I call that the secondary source data within the circuit of culture. And you see the words are now in mirror image, right? So this is where we become Indian, right? Aboriginal, Indigenous even, rather than Ktunaxa, or, insert your name for peoplehood there. Next. And this is what it looks like when we use secondary source data, especially if we're in government. We call them reserves now, right? So this is the same map of the language family boundaries, but now according to a secondary source idea of who we are and where we are, right? So no longer do we have homelands, we have reserve communities, red dots. Okay. The reason for that are the basic principles of federal Indian policy that are still in play today. We are, as people, inferior. We have inherent land use, abuse, and misuse issues. Our ways are detrimental to ourselves, and our extinction is inevitable. And our extinction has always been on the table, and it continues to be on the table today. And that's a lot of the reasons, I think, why the Idle No More work in movement is so absolutely brilliant and important and should be diversified. Because right now we are socially constructed into Aboriginal peoples. We're not even Aboriginal peoples most often, because people usually talk about the Aboriginals, which, as far as I'm concerned, is an objectification. It creates that distance. We are no longer people, we're Aboriginals. And so as a state-constructed identity, we are in line for extinction through federal policy. The coercion to sign for social programs and services, to cede our lands, to give up our treaty rights, to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So these are the ways for current extinction. Whereas 100 years ago, 200 years ago, it could have been, it's very place-based, but it could have been disease, it could have been non-status passed through, who has babies, who doesn't, who gets married to who. All of these different ways are ways of extinction. And there's much better people to talk about that sort of thing who have that legal jargon. But I'm going to show you basically how this goes. So Catherine's just going to click. We start off as heterogeneous Indigenous peoples meeting heterogeneous Europeans, and then we become a homogeneous group of Indian people. And then the Royal Proclamation of 1763, there are a whole bunch of them, but that specific proclamation gave us nationhood to negotiate treaty and non-treaty. Then we get the Canadian government, we get the federal government, provincial government. Go ahead. And then we get Section 91 that gives us the Indian Act, or it's the space for the Indian Act and lands and policy for Indians. We become a homogeneous group of state-identified people, status, non-status, Inuit, and Métis, as if we are all the same now. And then through Section 35, as if we're diverse. And then we become the same again through Aboriginal peoples, and then keep going. And then I have to give Catherine credit here. She's like, has to read my signals. Community health and social transfers from the federal government to the provincial government creates the opportunity through Section 88 of the Indian Act to create urban Aboriginal people and reserve populations for different social programming and services. And then we're right back up at the top there again with the treaty and non-treaty here in BC. So, if that's not overwhelming for you, let's take a look at what it looks like in BC. That's what it looks like. Okay, so we have on-reserve programs. And this specifically has the reserve communities. Some have a school, some have a Head Start. We have the white boundaries, the fuzzy boundaries of the nation territories. We have school district boundaries. We have healthcare boundaries. We have local area health. And then we have MCEFD. And that's not even including regional economic development districts and RCMP. And so when we think about our governance and government and band administrations, and we think about, how exhausting all of this is, it is. That's all I got to say is it is. And it doesn't have to be this way. I think we have to recognize and actually look at that and see where we are. And if we're feeling like we're going around in a whirlwind, it's because we really, truly are. And so part of that, to me, at least, looks like what Neil MacLeod, Cree scholar Neil MacLeod, talks about called ideological and spatial diaspora, or the disconnection to belief systems and ideologies and to our lands. And this is a huge concern for me in terms of BC context. If we are going to have stewardship into the future, we have to recognize that our children right now are not having the opportunity to be in relationship to their lands and waters through programming. When we think about how much time our children spend outside, out of programs, accessing traditional knowledge in the ways that their grandparents and even great-grandparents accessed, and it becomes a competition, right? We need them to be school ready, which means they actually don't belong in a building. We need good daycare because parents need to go and get a job. But at the same time, we have to start thinking about what does this mean for cultural continuity? What does this mean when we're looking for stewardship over our lands and our waters in all of these governance-based decisions? And how do we actually have life lived long and well when the foundation of what we're being forced into isn't necessarily life or well, according to some people? And so Neil MacLeod's talk about the spatial diaspora, I think, is really, really important for us to consider, because 20 years from now, 50 years from now, I'm not going to be here. I don't want to be doing this. My kids, my grandchildren, for me, I don't want them feeling like I didn't prepare things for them to have something to pick up and carry forward, if I believe in those ideas of 7 generations and the cultural continuity. So what does ideological and spatial diaspora look like? Well, this is an example, this map with the reserve communities on top of our language family and our language group boundaries, our naturally occurring boundaries that we have. And so again, this is just to help make it visible. When we're challenged, when people are feeling challenged, we have good reason to feel challenged. And I think part of it is making visible. I think that's why our stories are so important. That's why our storytelling, the oral tradition, the orature was so important to us. And why we haven't assimilated is because we have complex knowledge systems. We are complex people. Through Indian problem ideology, we are told it's a primitivist ideology, and we are told through it that we are primitive people, that we are simple people, that our knowledge is simple. And my challenge to that is, if it's so simple, then we should all be assimilated, and we are not. And as far as I'm concerned, we are persistent people because our knowledges are in our bones, in our blood, in our lands, in the elements of the water, and every time we are still in our homelands, we are still doing this good work, and our knowledges are still there, and we are all participating in bringing them up and bringing them forward. And so the late Howard Adams, Métis academic, talked about, we need to look at colonization and oppression and racism and class, as well as looking at what the future looks like, decolonization, freedom, liberation, and what do those things mean to us within our own cultural, circuit of culture, or our cultural context. What does that mean for us? An example is, people say, oh, you're really successful because you're at UBC and you're doing this and that, and I'm like, you know what? Not so much. Because I want to be working with my people, I want to be out in community, I want to be having these conversations face to face, and I want to be at home and with my people, working with my little people, and so success for me means having all that family around us and being held accountable, and being able to ask another Ktunaxa to stand up and say, am I saying things that make us proud, keep me accountable. And so it's really understanding sometimes how the class and the race and the oppression comes into our talk about freedom and liberation, right? And how do we act in service when we're in these positions and institutions? So, sorry, this is a map. Apologize if you just heard me drink that. This is a map of our traditional territory as Ktunaxa people. The green shows where we have place names and where we have information, and we have that orature, that knowledge that tells us about our relationships with all of these different places and how we were in these different places. And then you see the colonization, the lines, right? The 49th cutting right across. The provinces, the nations, right? The states, cutting up as well. And then the creation of our communities, right? Dots, reserve communities, and then settlement communities. And then the pink part is what we put forward through the treaty negotiations back in, I think it was 92, of proposing, saying, this is what we can actually talk about. And to me, the green part is a time of our health and well-being. It's of our whole development. And then the cutting up of us is that disconnection, that diaspora. And for me personally, the treaty process, whether or not we sign one or not, was really about that meaning making, of trying to put together some wholeness, trying to look at whole development and what's missing, what do we need to put in there. Okay. And so, keep clicking. So we have this interaction of circuits of culture that we need to actually consider in research relationships today and as we move forward, regardless of what negotiations we're doing right now. So we need to look at our indigenous methodologies, our ways of knowing, being, and doing. How do we know this stuff? How do we share it? What are our concepts? Who interprets our concepts? How do we use these concepts in a good way? And what is the power of these? What is the sacredness of these? As well as looking at what has been said about us, and where did that come from? And understanding better, what is that? Because if we go far enough back, everybody's been colonized. Everybody's gone through this imperialism, Settlers came to leave what was happening to their homelands and what was happening to their people. And it's a horrible history, especially if you don't want to go back and look at that. And so sometimes I think this banging of people, and I don't interpret it that I'm saying everything, we should all be, hippie love. But what I am saying is that we have to understand where people are coming from. And as Indigenous people, we have a lot that honors how to be a human being. And that people have lost that, and they don't need to take our ways of knowing how to be a human being, but we need to support them to go and find their own ways of being a human being. And part of that is around identity, is understanding who are you, And there's a lot of different ways of doing that, but I think through decolonizing methodologies we can do that. And I say that with Western methodologies because Western methodologies, Western research, is just now beginning to have the conversations about, for example, and I'm going to get this all messed up because this isn't my area, but starting to take a consideration of populations, right? Taking consideration of lived experiences, So the whole argument around, for example, same-sex couples and same-sex marriages and domestic violence and whatever, and then looking at why is that missing from this conversation? Why are we just now starting to have the conversation about ensuring that we have people who understand those experiences doing this great research, contributing to understanding and my understanding and other people's understanding. And so, as far as I'm concerned, Western methods, Western science has not done a good job of ensuring it can hear its own peoples. So I cannot expect it to understand my peoples. And my methodologies, as a Ktunaxa person, are still there, but I have to reemerge them. I have to participate in them. I have to contribute to them to help them to move forward. And so it's the same when we start looking at children. We don't have a word in Ktunaxa for child that corresponds or that translates into child according to a Western definition. And a child in Western legal tradition and moral tradition is somebody who is morally in need of development, socially in need of development, economically dependent, politically a marginal person, and is basically property, is basically not enough until they're an adult, which is why we have child development. And so when I asked my own people, what is the word for child in our language, I got a whole bunch of different words, and they were all about relationships of this person to this person, of this person to this person, and how we use those words was all about relationships. And so for me, I started thinking about, okay, this word, child, actually doesn't horizontally translate. It actually needs some interpretation. It needs some decolonization. It needs to be pulled apart and really looked at. What does it mean? What does this word mean? And how then does it attach itself, or how does it then start a road, a pathway for somebody? Go ahead. So I'm just going to show you the results of the master's thesis. So the model that we had was actually about knowledge relationships, and so you see some words in the center of the circles, and the center of the circles all come together, and it's the individual in the center. And through the knowledge relationships, the relationships of influence, you learn about who you are as a person, and also your responsibilities, your roles, your relationships to your lands, to other people as individuals and other nations, your belief systems, all of these different understandings of knowledge you are inherently part of. And if any one of those is removed, not only are you impacted, but so is the rest of the system. And so that's the core of what I learned. And then on top of that, what happened to us as Ktunaxa people, is that we had all of these normative society impacts come upon us that are now sort of, around us, and they are now being addressed through, programs and services, but they're actually not inherently our issues as Ktunaxa. And so they never actually permeate. And so there's this space around our model and then the issues, and that space in between, I think, is what people like Willie Ermine and Satchke Henderson and maybe even Tyagi Alford and all of these great thinkers around what ethics is, what morality is, and what sacredness is. If you look at Sean Wilson's work in Research is Ceremony, I could there's a whole bunch of them that I just think are this is what I think. There's this space for us to really consider sacred knowledge and what is sacred, and how do we support that knowledge to surround all of those relationships so that our identity is strong and that we're tenacious and that we're persistent people. You got a message. Next. So the context, so there's a couple of things going on for us right now. One of those is that we have this I don't know, this rhetoric, this talk is going around about how First Nations people have to be accountable, right? We all need to be accountable. And it's based on a form of research that is actually evaluation. And Deborah Merton, I want to say Deborah, maybe it's Donna Merton, wrote a great textbook and a number of articles on the differences between evaluation-based research and knowledge generating research. And a lot of what is being called, quote unquote, just blanket research is actually evaluation based. So it's already assuming the outcome, right? It's already assuming the direction. It's already put in what you need to do. And now you're just evaluating whether or not you did that. Okay? And so that's really the context for what we're going to talk about now. And so basically, what happens in this evaluation-based research is that communities and services and programs and administrations all have to basically generate, report out, right, how you used your money, that you met your outcomes, that everything is either hunky-dory according to somebody else's standards, and that you're using somebody else's measurement, right? That's the evidence-based practice, right? Because then you're generating evidence, and then you can say, okay, yes, I'm doing this. Oh, yeah, we're doing very well. Well, what does very well mean? Does very well mean that we're really good managers of children in foster care? I don't know. Does being, really good at managing how many patients are traveling out to communities for health care success? I don't know. Yes, it is, but is that our questions? Is that what we are going to assign as knowing that yes, we're doing we're living life well and long? And that's my assumption in all of this. My assumption is that as First Peoples, we want to be living life long and well. So research-generated evidence is now, basically what we get told. We get the templates from wherever we get our funding saying you have to meet these criteria, and that's the research-generated evidence. So it's already, basically said and done. Do it this way. And that's the same context for institutional research. So Maggie Kovacs, some of you may be familiar with her work, Indigenous Methodologies, but she talks about the triad, research, policy, and practice, and basically how these three interact with each other. And so when you do research, whatever methodology you use, whatever framework you use, influences practice, influences policy, and then to me, it just reifies it. It solidifies it. It makes it in concrete stone. It makes it so immovable, and then it becomes normative. That's just the way we do it. I don't know how many of you do this, but it's like, that's just the way it is. You just have to do it. And it's really not. It's really not. But that's what we get told right now. And so I really want to just, be very clear that this is what happens. This is, if you were in my social work courses, I'd be teaching you this too. Research, policy, and practice. There's a relationship between all three. If you're in school or if you have students and they're struggling with why do they have to take a research course, it's because it's going to influence your practice. It's going to influence your policy. And if we do really good research work, hopefully it's going to change both of those. I'm not biased at all. Whose questions are we answering? That's always my I'm one of, maybe it's just because I'm a 3-year-old at heart, because I'm always like, why are we doing this? Who's asking this question? I had a great talk with somebody about life lived long and well, and then keeping statistics on youth suicide. And I said, if we were really interested in addressing the issues facing our people who are trying to commit suicide, we will stop counting coup, because that's what we're doing. When we count how many children have attempted to hurt themselves, how many children have succeeded, how many people have succeeded, I don't think that's the question we really want to ask. I think sometimes we're afraid to ask the questions we really have, which is, what is going on that this person is taking their own lives? What has happened for our community that there was no safe place for this person to bring their burden? What happened to the knowledge relationships that were going to, keep this person sacred? And I think those are difficult questions, definitely. But they fall under the idea of knowledge regeneration and knowledge generation in my eyes, of if we really want to look at what's happening for people, to consider whose questions we're answering. Yeah. So, which brings us to, this is the residential school in my homelands. This is St. Eugene's Mission Resort, and when I go home, I stay there. And I stay there on purpose, because it's a hotel, golf course, and casino.
Oh my gosh.
That's economic development for you, and it's transformation. We had an elder who said, it was in that building that our culture and our language was taken away, and so it's through that building that we have to revitalize it, reclaim it, re-energize it. And I was the Head Start planner when I was back home working, and we had a Head Start fair in that building where I invited communities to come and teach everybody how to make moccasins, how to sing our songs, have language, do beadwork, do a whole bunch of stuff that they were never allowed to do in that building. And, for me, it's about understanding disconsciousness, right? What's normal? What becomes normal? And we've all heard it, right? That's just the way it is, right? Oh, that's just the way it is. And that's really an example of what disconsciousness is. It's a dysfunctional consciousness. It says, well, this is the view. This is what's in front of us. So that's always in front of us. I like to invoke trickster. I have a huge affinity to coyote. In my tradition, coyote is a trickster, and they are not fools. They're actually quite deep thinkers who are sometimes, I think, stuck with dealing with this humanity, this sense of humanity. And in my experiences with coyote, he's a transformer. And the teachings that I've gotten are all about transformation and how his role, he's always a he for me, in his role as transformer, he brings difficult life lessons, but he also brings the opportunity to think of, well, what's the other view? What's the option? What are the alternatives? And so really I see coyote as playing sometimes a very disconscious role that allows us then to transform and consider transformation of situations. And so, I make the joke about the residential school, but what that school has enabled me to do is actually share a perspective that I don't have because I was adopted out, because I came home and my family wasn't home. So when we go home, we stay there so that I can look out on the lands the same way that all of my ancestors did that lived in that building. And I teach my children about that because it's important for us to understand and acknowledge and honor the fact that we are still Ktunaxa. We've had a different perspective, a different lived experience, but we still share with all of the people that went through that building. And that allows me to be critical, to look consciously at the experiences and to consider the importance. It's also allowed me to take a good look at what that building is for other people. Go ahead. And remove it. This is what it looks like without that building. And to try to get people's ideas and thoughts back to what is there in terms of the land, in terms of our relationships to the non-human beings, in terms of our roles and responsibilities as Ktunaxa within the universe. I know I'm talking really, idealistic, maybe too philosophical, but as far as I'm concerned, this is what knowledge is about. It's about putting back into our visions what else is there, to be able to transform, to take the spirit of all of the beings that we have in our creation stories and our cosmologies, to enlighten them, to re-energize them, to come back and to help us with the situations that we're facing today. And we can do that through knowledge, through research. So the context for institutional research is a bit of a coyote story. And so I live here at UBC. I live in the unceded Musqueam territory, but it's also considered UBC. And there's a set of coyotes. There's a family of coyotes that lives actually across the street from me. And so I constantly think about these places of transformation and trickster. And UVic, for those of you who know UVic, right? They have all the bunnies.
Mm-hmm.
And bunnies in Cherokee tradition are tricksters. And so I'm like, we need to take a good look at the lands and who's living around our universities and invoke those beings in our universities and our colleges, because they're right there. Our transformers are right there embodied. I truly believe this. And if we find our stories again, we're going to find our ways as students, as academics, as researchers to really invoke that transformation, because they're there. So the context for institutional research right now is looking, at the top is institutional ethics, right? Governance, methodologies, funding. They hold all of these things as if they know what they're doing. I say that with all respect. I look at the funding and the methodologies and the time and the space and the capacity issues, and those are not all Indigenous people's issues. Access to funding, the methodologies we're using, the time we have to do this work, the space that we make to think deeply about these things, and whose capacity. I work predominantly with non-Indigenous people that do not have capacity in terms of understanding Indigenous people's knowledges and the depth of our knowledges. And that is an issue for me, because I hear other Indigenous people saying we don't have capacity, and I'm like, who told you that? Where did you come to believe that? And I know, we have a lot of work to do, we have a lot of mentoring to do, but we have capacity. We are the youngest population. We're growing, a young population. And as far as I'm concerned, that tells me that our knowledge relationships are good. They're solid, they're foundational. We have to figure out what we need to do to support them, to be taking into these positions. And then at the community level, we have the knowledge relationships and the infrastructure. People talk all the time about KT, knowledge transfer, knowledge translation. I like to think of knowledge transformation and mobilization myself, because I don't want somebody to transfer their ideas onto me. I don't want a translation, a secondary source data analysis of what I'm saying so that somebody else translates it back to me. I want to be able to transform the knowledge that I'm given, to transform the relationships that we have, and I want to see it mobilized. I said to a number of people that when I started my PhD, I will not have succeeded if I'm the only one graduating at that time. I want to be able to see other people finding their roles and responsibilities and knowledge relationships, and knowing that what I've done has supported them to go forward as well. So this interrelationship that happens, this back and forth, that we like to talk about mutual reciprocity, right? Reciprocity, mutually benefiting. Well, sometimes that mutual benefiting, if it's the same system, is a bit of a problem, because it ends up just keeping itself really, really tight, and then you can't get in. And so we look right now, for example, at research priorities, right? Who's setting those priorities? Those priorities are not coming from our communities necessarily. And the funding attached to it, the funding sets the priorities, and there's a group of people that decide this is the priority for everybody. And yet we know our experiences are very, very different. And so in some areas, what our priority is going to be very different than somebody else. And we don't, I have a huge issue with the fact that then we are set up to compete. I have a bias. I like interdisciplinary studies. I like the idea of crossing over boundaries and bringing together different ideas, because that's how we really live. We don't live in vacuums where, okay, today I'm just like this, or today I'm just like this. As parents, a lot of us know, as caregivers for older people, we all know we are called in a million different ways. We have a million different relationships with a lot of different people that we can get called on at any time. And every single one of them is important. Go ahead. Sorry. I don't know why my slides are all doing that. So looking at, go ahead, keep going. Research-generated evidence. and evidence-based practice and the relationship between that. And basically Western methodologies are really determining what evidence is in terms of our evidence-based practices. Go ahead. And so our communities, right, are then implicated in that relationship because we're supposed to be, and so there's a new thing, they like to think it's a new thing called community-based participatory research approaches, right, which is the big deal. When I went home in 1998, remember like an hour ago I was telling you about that, I did my master's thesis, and I went back, and when I was looking at developing a random sample, because I wanted to do some interviews, and I looked at my communities, and I recognized that our reserve communities are not actually our naturally occurring communities. They were started in 1800s to allow settlement. And so when I start looking at community-based participatory research approaches, I'm actually seeing a reification or a solidification of colonial infrastructures, reserve-based communities, right? Urban-based communities, and the identities, right? The circuit of culture, the reproduction of identities through these community-based approaches that don't acknowledge that that reserve community is actually not necessarily naturally occurring. In the research that I did in my master's, I found that, our communities used to be based on our relationships to each other, our responsibilities, our roles, but now it's based on water, electricity, and roads. Right? And making sure that the land is accessible. And so one of the things that I'm challenged with is how do we support community-based participatory research approaches, recognizing the problematics and the politics at the community level, also recognizing that we have our own methodologies that aren't even talked about when we talk about community-based research approaches. That's starting to change. So one of the issues that comes out of this whole conversation about the evidence-based practice and the research-generated evidence is the funding, is the methodologies, is things that like people like Vine Deloria were talking about, time and space, right? Creating the time and also thinking about time in terms of intergenerations. So it's not just about reporting for this year, the outcomes, but it's all, so when I was the Head Start planner, for example, I was called a planner, not a program coordinator, not a facilitator, because in the year that my son was born, we had over 50 kids born. And so my question to people was like, what are they going to do in 20 years? And they said, that's a great question. You're going to be the Head Start planner and think about that, right? So we had to start thinking about, it's not just about the program outcomes today, but it's also about what's going to happen. How do we prepare them for 20 years from now? What does that look like? It's also creating space to have these sorts of conversations. And so I just want to acknowledge UBC Learning Center for creating this space, this virtual space. I want to acknowledge Facebook with all its problems and everything else. Hey, it's a coyote story. It's a transformation because it gives us time and space to connect again, to share information in a very, very different way. The media, the I don't know more stuff, got no media, but guess what? It was all over Facebook. And we cannot underestimate what creating time and space does in terms of addressing capacity. Next. So you see there's no arrow between community-based participatory research approaches and funding. Because a lot of the work that we're doing, in terms of research doesn't necessarily get funded. It's not a priority to really think about what are our questions? What do we need to look at? How do we need to approach our community? You got it. I know, I'm sorry, it's slow. I think it was supposed to slow down my talking. And so one of the things that I've been looking at very specifically within my own research and the research portfolio that I hold at HELP is really looking at pre-engagement ethics. So when most researchers start their research, they start with a literature review. And that's easy enough. You put a bunch of words into the computer and you type in whatever you're interested in and you get a whole bunch of literature, you read it all and you go, okay, now I can move forward. I have some issues with that because, as I said like about an hour ago, if we think about secondary source data and we think about Indian problem research, a lot of what's been written about us has been a secondary source data analysis. It's been an outside view. is that ethical research? Should we be basing our research on that information? And then where is the primary source data analysis and all of that? And so for myself, what I've been looking at is orature. Pre-engagement ethics is actually going and talking to the people, and not necessarily talking, but listening first, listening to all of these different things that are going on, and then thinking about it, taking it to ceremony, praying about it, understanding it, immersing ourselves in it, praying, not in the religious way, but praying for understanding about what does this mean and how do I hold this knowledge and what do I do with this knowledge. I have people telling me stuff all the time. All my life I've had people tell me stuff and I'm like, what am I supposed to do with that? And so I end up brokering it out, giving it away, right? I don't have material wealth. In some of the traditions that I'm aware of through my children and through my life, I'm aware of the giveaway. I'm aware of, ceremonies like potlatch. I'm aware of these ways of redistribution, economic redistribution or wealth, right? Distributing wealth. And I have none of that, but it's all up here. And so I approach this as a giveaway, right? To continue that knowledge sharing. Ask me a question, I'll share whatever I can. But I also, for me, it's a pre-engagement ethic because I have to listen to people and really, really listen and really engage with people about what are they really talking about, and go back and keep going back. It's like the old ones telling stories, they'll tell you a story. And I remember so many times, right, cultural interpreters telling me a story and me sitting there going, okay, I got the story, and not knowing what to do with it, and then later going back to that story going, oh, this is what they wanted me to think about. So there's a whole piece of pre-engagement ethics in there, I think, in research relationships we have to put some more time and energy into, especially now because we are nation determined, right? We're in a situation, especially here in BC, where we are asserting our nationhood, our peoplehood, right? We are not... we are sovereign nations. We are not dependent states, right? And we have to really think about that and understand better then how do we get community focused. That would include then the urban Aboriginal people and the reserve people. That would, help us to start looking at common unity instead of just community. What do we have in common? Are we in this territory? Are we all disconnected? Sometimes I think truly what we have in common is the fact that we're all disconnected at some point or another. We have all been impacted by, all of the different situations at one point or another. We have a relation. We can all, if we were really to put ourselves around, we would see so many common themes, common unities. And I think that's our strength. We've been taught to look at it as a negative, right? It takes too long time, it does this, it does that, but really it's our strength. And so when we start to look at this in that way, if you want to click a few times, you see the arrows that go and they start to, the pre-engagement ethics starts to influence the research-generated evidence, supports and articulates nation-determined focused research agendas, which then allow us to access some of the funding, address some of the methodologies, address capacity issues. Go ahead. And then it goes back and forth at the top again. You'll notice I like flowcharts. It's not because I really like flowcharts. It's because I try to make these things visible to people that you can kind of see the process-based, right? Because like I said, we've learned occupational English, and we have to get back to that using the language in a verb-based, because our languages are process-based. And if we're going to get to that place of language immersion and using our language again, we have to get our English heads thinking about process. And so it's really important to try to move your thinking. And I'm probably overwhelming your minds, but it's okay. There won't be a test on this. So Kovac, among others, talks about research frameworks having the potential to improve the relevance. I think that's the same for non-Indigenous people as far as I'm concerned, and anybody else who's looking to have a paradigm shift, and we see, I think that's what the TED Talks are now that I'm thinking about it. Everybody's talking about, we need to change, we need to transform, we're all talking about it. And it's like, okay, well, then create space for Indigenous people's knowledges. That would be the biggest transformation, right? Next. So going back to what I started with, where I was trying to get us to talk to, and you'll see some names in under, like epistemologies. So I'm using works from Joanne Archibald and Gregory Katchke and some others, and Maggie Kovac in methodologies, looking at what is in that column, that pillar of knowledge that is actually from Indigenous peoples. Because a lot of scholars, like I said before, a lot of scholars are actually doing this work already. And it's a matter of collecting the different pieces, not replicating the Cree tradition into Ktunaxa territory, for example, but actually taking some of their learning and saying, okay, how did they, what did they do? And so for me, when I went back 7 generations along my mother's line, because in Haudenosaunee tradition, you follow your mother, and so I followed Ktunaxa tradition. And when I was looking at a good decision for 7 generations, I went back by my mother's line, all the way back. And Neil MacLeod, for his PhD, he actually went through the stories of his fathers, all the way back along his Cree line. And I was like, wow, I never even thought that what I was doing was actually academic. For me, it was just making meaning of my life. And for him, it was making meaning of his life, but also doing the academic work. And so I think there's a lot we can learn across our nationhoods without giving up our identities, without giving up our relationships to our peoples, to our lands, to our waters, to our non-human relationships. Sound has disappeared. Oh yeah, it has.
Okay, well, we'll just take a minute.
Can anybody do sign language?
Start singing, Crystal.
Can we answer this one, that it's disappeared? And that
Yes.
just hold on a sec?
She's doing something there. So we're not seeing the questions in the typing because she has control over that.
Okay.
So she has to. Catherine, just the lost. Oh, nothing.
Is that one dead?
Yeah, there's no. Oh.
Tech break.
Oh, good for you.
Is that what this is?
Oh, that's
You
great.
could actually, can you type in there and see, like, if anybody has any questions? That would be the
We
time.
can actually hear you talking.
Oh, good.
Yeah, video conference can still hear us.
Oh, yay.
But Adobe Connect has lost their sound temporarily. We'll be right back after these messages.
If you have any questions, those of you on video.
Okay. Go, go, go.
No?
Yeah, we have Mount Curry joining us as well today.
Oh, excellent.
It's their first time using their video conference unit. Welcome, Mount Curry. The tech support actually texted me and said we have a new video conference unit.
Right on.
So it's nice.
That's awesome.
We are
That
now.
is such a great network. Sorry.
No, you're not on yet.
So, Crystal, you want to sing us a song?
Do I want to sing a song?
Take a planking break?
Nobody has any.
Any good jokes out there?
Any questions from the
video conference?
video conference?
Or comments?
Sure.
Probably just taking
Hello.
it all in.
Alrighty, we are back in business.
Can you all hear me now? Can you hear me now? I feel like that guy in that cell phone commercial. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? Yep.
Okay.
There we go.
Cool. Good.
Yep. And yep.
Are there any questions yet? We're almost done. Okay, I'm just going to start again.
Okay.
From the beginning. No, I'm just Sorry. I'm kidding. Okay. So taking a good look at this pillar and then finding the Indigenous scholars that are actually working in these areas, and trying to not how do I put it, share knowledges that I've received over the PhD, over the master's thesis, and over my undergraduate, as well as just my own reading. I am a nerd. It's true, and I don't mind that. And I just love the fact that Indigenous peoples are writing, and I think we're gonna, the measurement for me that we've made it is when I find I find Indigenous scholars' work in Sally Ann. Then I know in their books, the Salvation Army and the thrift stores. When we have racks and racks of, Indigenous scholars' books in there that are cheap that we can buy, then I know we've made it. Because that's in my head anyways. Sorry, go ahead. So ontologies, what is that? That is basically the study of experiences, or how experiences are lived experiences, and the importance of our experiences, the value of our experiences. Cindy Blackstock, as many of you probably know, is undergoing a human rights tribunal on behalf of the people of the First Nations children that are living on reserves right now. And so her work and Margot Greenwood's work up from UNBC has been really helpful to me and instrumental to me in acknowledging that, and I have to acknowledge my grandfather, Leo Williams, who passed on a couple of years ago, because we used to travel together, and people started asking me to speak when he was there, and I said, no, they didn't come to hear me, and they came to hear you. And he said, well, you're just as Ktunaxa as I am, because you've had different experiences. I can't talk about the things that you know, and they're important. And you can't talk about the things I know, and they're important. And so we have to put these ideas together if we're going to really talk about being Ktunaxa. And so, that's really about ontology, is about the lived experiences. And right now in research, when we're talking about Aboriginal, we're just like skewing. We're not even talking about ontologies. We're equating that residential school survivors have the same experiences that I do as an Indigenous person, as a 60 scoop kid who was adopted out and raised in a Dutch immigrant family. And I can tell you right now, that experience was not the same. And I don't want to compare. I don't want to have to do that. And my children's experiences are very different from mine. On purpose, I've made that choice. And so we have to really seriously think about the role of ontologies in the Aboriginal research we do. We have to accept and understand and act according to our understanding of generations. Right? We never would have said we're all the same. We would have said, okay, yeah, we have different experiences, and that's what makes us strong. We have to challenge the primitivist ideology, and the one that we have also taken in around that we're simple people. We're not simple people. We're complex social infrastructures, and we're complicated because of the experiences that we've had. And that's nothing to shy away from. In fact, I think that's a strength, because it gives you, if nothing else, you have a whole broad agenda that you can start looking at in terms of what research is, because there's a lot of questions in that. So to me, that's a real strength. On top of that, we have to really think about when we're using ideology and when we're actually talking about theory. Because there is no Aboriginal theory. There's not one. There's a social construction of Aboriginalism, and that's an ideology, reflecting that primitivist ideology. We are not Aboriginal people unless you talk about the legal framework that's used to talk about us. And when we talk about the primitivist ideology, we have to talk about ethics. How is my knowledge sacred? And how do I carry that? What do I do with that? What role and responsibility does that have? How do I act upon it? How do I share it within the institution? How do I share it with you? How do I share my lived experiences and gift you with some of the knowledge that I've gained over my time? How do I honor the knowledge that others have given me? So Willie Ermine and Castellano Brandt talk about those ideas. Next. Go ahead. When we talk about cosmologies, we talk about our creation stories. Richard Atleo talks about that in Saywalk. Dennis McPherson talks about that from Indian from the Inside when he talks about hermeneutics and phenomenology. He's talking about those big philosophies, right? Those in the discipline of philosophy. And we don't get philosophy anymore. Across the institutions, we are not learning philosophies. My challenge in this province is that we have 37 different land-based languages, which to me would suggest there's 37 different philosophies and ways of looking at this world, and we do not have an Indigenous philosophies program that acknowledges those that encourages us to think about what does that mean. And we wonder why when we're in treaty and all of these different things and we're at the table and everyone's fighting, and it's like, well, one of that is that we're taking somebody else's philosophy and saying we all have to be the same and we all have to look at this argument, but we haven't investigated how we would have gotten together in the first place and how we can teach each other. Vine Deloria. Read something by Vine Deloria. He's great. Next. And then looking at people like Sean Wilson's work, and he talks about research as ceremony. Where did that little box go? One of my boxes. There should be a box under cosmology and with the arrow to the primitivist ideology. There it is. Axiological processes. So Michael Hart from the University of Manitoba in social work, he talks about this, as well as Sean Wilson. And they talk about the value of knowledge. How do you value knowledge? How do you know you valued knowledge? And whose knowledge are you valuing? Right? Those are really, really important questions. And they speak to the cosmologies, right? They speak to who do you listen to and how do you listen to them, as well as the ideologies, right? How does that influence what you believe, right? How is that been impacted by, religion or by, politics or, all of these sorts of things? But most important, no, I shouldn't say most important. It's equally as important, but I think it's the most visual one for me is understanding the teleology or the purpose, the outcome, the purpose of the end, And this is where the time and space is really focused for me, because my understanding is that we don't have life and death in the same way as Western people do and as organized religions do, that we have this place and then we have a number of other places according to our cosmologies, according to our understanding of time and space. And so when we think about teleology, it's about, to me anyways, it's more about vision. It's about our intentions of how we're going to live this life. And like I said all the way through this, my assumption is that you, like me, want to live life long and well. And knowledge relationships are inherently implicated. They are inherent and foundation to what that looks like. And that's place-based, that's land-based, that is relationship-based. And it's based on our interests as Indigenous people, if we want to use, the local, rhetoric of agreements. Our interests, what are our interests in all of these sorts of things, and that our places give us knowledge. They give us information, and it also gives us time and space to consider our dreams. It gives us time and space to consider our ceremonies, where a lot of us go to think about these things, to ask, that other place for help. Right? That those other beings, to rely on our intuition, on our core of who we are inside, not just our hearts and our minds, but the core of who we are, and to be the ones that our ancestors wanted us to be, and that our descendants need us to be. Next. Go ahead. Yep. So this is a picture, a visual of my territory, of my homelands, of an area that I've been. And at the top, you'll see our vision statement as a nation council. As nation, we had some community-based events where we all got together and started working on what is our vision, like where do we want to be. And so strong, healthy citizens and communities speaking our language and celebrating who we are and our history in our ancestral homelands, working together, managing our lands and resources as a self-sufficient, self-governing nation. And so, that's a lot of loaded language in an occupational English kind of way. But I have an English degree. One of my friends on here is going to laugh about that. She's going to get her PhD in English. And for me, it's the one functional language I have, and I like to transform it. I like to really think about, well, what does that mean? What does that look like? And so we've applied that flow chart, for example, if you want to click, and we've put the pieces on to our paths about how does that work? How do we get to implement our vision statement? And is research a piece of that? And for me, it is. It allows us to figure out what all these pieces are. And that's not just one person's responsibility. There's lots of people that need to take on pieces of this, right? And across nations as well. You know, it's not just, you know, me as a Ktunaxa, I'm only going to share this with Ktunaxa, because part of this I've learned from other nations too, which is why I'm here today. And I'm trying to do this in a useful way, in a way that's non-threatening, which is why I'm joking around. It's not because I don't think it's serious. I think it's incredibly serious, but I also recognize I've had the privilege and the responsibility of having an education that most people don't get to have. And that to me is very sad, but it's the reality. And trying to share that and translate that and interpret that so that whoever you are, wherever you are, you can feel this as well as figure out how you want to take it forward. That's how I was taught. And so the reason for all of that is this last slide. Satsan, hereditary chief Wet'suwet'en, he talked about creating new memories in the minds of our children. And to me, if we neglect our peoplehood in approaches to research, we will not be able, and it says, I think it's really hard to read that, so maybe I should read it. Should I read that? Creating new memories in the minds of our children. If we neglect peoplehood in our approach to research, the memories will not be renewed through our knowledge relationships. This impacts identity, and as a result, life lived well and long as peoples. And so that's really why I wanted to present this information, because it's not just about research over there. It's about research and how we hold ourselves and hold each other and stand beside each other to move us forward. We are in the time of greatest freedom, and there's a lot of responsibility, there's a lot of work, but I truly believe there's a lot of knowledge there we have not lost. I was told 25 years ago, there's nothing left, why would you go home? And I've never been disappointed, because there's always something at home. So, tachas, thank you very much for listening. I hope that this was useful for you. I'm looking forward to your questions, and I do look forward to having another opportunity to talk to you if you want to.
Most definitely.
Hi, Chika. Oh my gosh.
Is there any comments in the video conference units? And I see there's lots of typing happening on
and a few
Adobe.
hands waving, I think, too.
Up in Hulkamenum, do you have some questions in there? I can't really see you because the camera is focused on your hand.
Just face that way. They're talking.
They're talking. Okay, so
I'd actually like to put a couple of questions out there just for everyone to think about as we listened to you, Michele. And what I appreciated about it is, from my perspective at UBC, and I think for many of us why we do this work is because we feel deeply obligated and committed to our communities. And sometimes it's very difficult to navigate. And your presentation was a reminder of where our research, where our questions come from. And it's a deeply spiritual practice and very personal. And so from my perspective as a person with Danish ancestry, settler from my mom's side, and then on my father's side, English and Nakatma, and many of my people are on seabird Stalo territory, really thinking about those relationships and finding, like, where is my connection, particularly transient. I've lived all over British Columbia territory, but where do I find knowledge that resonates, you know? And it may not be in the territory I was born. It may be with where my aunties are loving me at this point. Like, it's those relationships, and for many of us have been disconnected for many reasons. And where are we finding those relationships? It forces me to ask those questions and to be compassionate, and also to be really open that those relationships can be informed from many different places. and knowledges. So I really thank you for that.
I had, when I went to Lakehead, I was really blessed to have some really amazing Anishinaabe people in my life who took care of me spiritually, and in Toronto as well when I was there, who helped me through different processes. And, you know, they always told me, this is from here. When you go home, you'll find your own, but we're just going to help you get there. And so for me, it's always been, you know, and in my adoptive family, I mean, believe it or not, you know, I learned about the importance of language. I learned the importance of the motherland. I learned the importance of family. You know, I learned the importance of culture and tradition. They were not mine. None of them were mine. But I learned them. I learned how important that was. And, you know, good, bad, and indifferent. I also had to learn that there is an indifference. There is, you know, coyote, trickster, transformation enables us to look at the indifferent pieces. You know, it doesn't have to be reconciled to a good outcome or a positive outcome. You know, when I hear people talk and I'm like, genocide is not a positive outcome. You know, surviving genocide is not necessarily a positive outcome, because we deal with the negative impacts of that all the time, and sooner or later we have to either reconcile good, bad, and indifferent, and that's, you know, this is what we've got, what are we going to do about it, and not stop at this is the way it is, you know, because I mean that is so ingrained in our society. That's just the way it is, just get over it. I mean, how many times do we hear that?
Always.
And for me, you know, really what it's about is, what am I going to do about it? You know, what am I going to do about it? And you know, for me, it means, you know, acknowledging the people who have made me who I am. And I remember when I first came home, you know, elders saying to me that knowledge is sacred, and that, you know, you don't throw it away, you figure it out, you figure out which piece is yours, and then you take it and you do something good with it, you know, not good as in a Western good or bad, but you do something good with that, and then, you know, then it moves. And so, you know, for me, it's not just about one knowledge system then, it's about respecting all knowledge. And if it doesn't fit for me, then, you know, like I said, I hold on to some pieces, and then when I hear somebody, I'm like, oh, here you go. You know, here, think about this maybe, or look at this, you know. I told my sister, you know, I'm like one of those fixer things. Somebody says something to me and I go through the file in my head going, oh, okay, I know I read something somewhere, somebody, you know, trying to give it out again. And I think that's a really big part of, you know, just acknowledging all of these different relationships. I know that, you know, and maybe it's an essentialist way of thinking, but if I think about pre-contact, I mean, we had ways of living with all the different people that were around us and learning from each other. You know, I think we have to transcend what's happening today according to old principles of just how to be First Peoples, you know, and even in our language, just, you know, what does it mean? What does the word for your people mean? And you know, just concepts. And, you know, I have my hands up to a lot of the younger people in me that are doing great things with language. And, you know, like, I'm just like, man, this is awesome. This is awesome. I wish I could do more, you know, and I'm like, well, you know, but that's their part. I'm going to learn from them, you know. I'm going to learn from these other pieces. Yeah.
Haichka. Are there any questions out there? I just wanted to say also, any suggestions, because I know that Michele is willing to come back and work with us. I'm already asking you to do this, Michele.
Yeah.
But as we work with communities, if you wanted to work with your communities and start to have some of these discussions, and we could probably set up some structured discussions to work through, for you to work through your own research process and to support you in help, you know, in answering those questions where you're at right now. And so just wanted to throw that out there, and then also remind me to plug Michael Yellowbird on here next time, okay?
Well, I can even tell you right now.
Yeah, okay.
On May 27th, just so that you guys know, May 27th, the Ktunaxa Nation is hosting Dr. Michael Yellowbird. He's coming to talk to a community-based, you know, group about neuro-decolonization and about research and about knowledge relationships and culture and language as interventions for well-being. And he's part of a series of workshops that I'm doing with my people back home around re-energizing, I guess, our knowledge relationships for social governance and health and well-being. So we're going to try to video stream the morning session and then a couple of the sessions in the afternoon.
On the Learning Circle, yeah.
Yeah, on this forum, forum through the Learning Circle, for people just to see, like, here's an example of what we're trying to do as Ktunaxa people. It's not to say this is the model for everyone, but my goal is really to have people have an opportunity to sort of, venture out, creative thinking about how would you do this, and really, think about what's going to work for you in your location.
Okay, so we do have some questions on Adobe Connect. Tracy said, what suggestions do you have when identifying ways to be, it jumped on me, sorry, in ways to be diplomatic in determining appropriate persons to contact in a community with efforts to gain value, knowledge-based information? Sorry, what?
I can't see it.
I think it's about connecting with community, right,
Yeah.
Tracy? It's about how do you connect with the right people in the community?
About gaining knowledge.
Well, I think first of all, part of it is as a member, not from the community of interest. Okay. Well, I think it goes back down to, relationships, who your relationship is with in the community, and going through them and honoring that relationship, I think is really key. That's been my experience anyways. And from that relationship, you meet other people, you have an understanding of what the different interests are. I think it's really important to acknowledge all of those different relationships and be respectful all the time, I think. I know that for myself, the different relationships, the different communities I work with is because I have long-standing relationships with people. I met them once, and then I met them again, and then I met them again, and then again and again, and then we have different conversations, and then we just keep building on those relationships. But most important for me is always me asking them back, like, who else is in your community that talks like this? Who do you go and talk to about these sorts of things? How do you, do you have time to talk about these sorts of things? Where are your students in all of this? Looking at, who's your up and comings? Who are the ones that are asking the difficult questions all the time? Are you talking to them too? And really empowering that local community person that's talking to me about really, let's build what you've got around you already, because you're already in relationships. You are in relationships, and they might not look like what you think they do. But we have to that's where I think Trickster comes in, because we're human, right? So we're limited by our humanness. And so, we don't always get what we're we see it one way and we think it should be one way, but maybe it's another way. And so I think it's really important to acknowledge the relationships and support that person in their relationships around these sorts of ideas. Does that answer your question, Tracy?
I think you may have answered part of Dr. Martin's question as well. What advice do you have for health researchers? They're all typing, sorry.
Okay.
It jumps back up. For health researchers who are working with populations that include First
Nations people?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I think, this is one of the, I might be controversial. Okay, so I'm not the expert here. You're just asking me my opinion, right? Okay. My opinion is, you are doing research within Indigenous peoples' lands. Off the board. Yes, it's problematic. Yes, those relationships between urban and reserve communities are problematic. But if we really truly believe in self-governance, if we really truly believe in these ideas, then we will be informing people whose governance is around this land base of where we're operating in. I think, I mean, we're not perfect, I'll say that right now, but I think, for myself, as a Ktunaxa, I'm very proud of the fact that we have worked, to have a relationship with the local Métis Association, that, when I was there was this urban early child development research project going on that was all based outside of our territory, and we put forward the argument that our urban centers are places like Golden and Elkford and Fernie and Cranbrook and Creston and Nelson and Castlegar and all of these places, and so I went over there to say, hey, what are you guys doing? And people were very they weren't necessarily on the same board with us, because they were like, no, we don't have to do that. But I think it's really important to acknowledge whose territory you're doing the research in and make contact with people, and find people that are local to that territory. I know in institutions quite often we want to get research students out, we want to get our students out to this different territory to help us do our research. But every band is paying post-secondary students to go, I don't mean they're paying, but they have the administrative dollars and they know who the students are that are going to school. And I think we have to seriously think about, shifting that relationship and really, supporting our students to come home and do research with us, and then go back to their institutions, and then we support them in the institutions to say, hey, you've got our students there, they're doing this great work. So I don't know if that answers your question, Ruth, but that's my 2 cents.
I also just I know Ruth personally.
Oh, okay.
And I know that Ruth does some amazing work with community, and Ruth, you do some really amazing work with Women into Healing and the prison population. So she works with a lot of people from a lot of different communities that find their way in institutions, and amazing long-term relationships. So I think in lots of ways you've built community and capacity there. So I think communities are, largely, yes, you are on, Mount land, I think, is where you're working. And so that's important where that institution is. But our peoples come from everywhere. So.
And there's literature.
Yeah.
Like I'm a huge believer in, pass some books on. You find out where a person is from, and I mean, chances are there's someone, at least maybe distantly, but they've been writing poetry or literature or, any sort of book, and pass that on, because that, that's the meaning making piece, right? And, I wasn't raised with my people. There was no way for me to find my family, and I came home. And so I am a firm believer that I'm not the only one. And I know I'm not the only one that's been able to do that through these institutions. Mine wasn't the prison, but it was, the child welfare system. But I know that there's ways for us to do this.
So Rebecca has a comment. She's saying, I really appreciated the discussion about pre-engagement ethics in particular, and would love to hear more about Michelle's struggles with this in academia as well as others. Almost could be a whole.
Well, there's a funding issue. I tend to fund myself. I think there's ways to do this in which you partner with some of, with different people to have things like this. I quite often work for a lunch, right? If I'm trying to do something with somebody and it's like, hey, let's go out for lunch, or, if they want to, quote unquote, pick my brain, take me out for lunch, but I'll be like, hey, remember we had that lunch, let's talk about this, I'm trying to do this, and so it is really about those relationships and understanding that there is no money for this, and it's ridiculous to me that there's no money for this, but I understand, in an institutional way, the reason there is no money for this is because this way of knowing is not privileged in the institution, because this way of knowing is relational. This way of knowing is contextual, which means you can't just walk up to a book and say, or the internet and say, I'm going to use this information now and this is going to be appropriate. We actually have to go out and make contact and have relationship and have good relationship with the people that we want to actually share knowledge with. Because it is a sacred thing. I don't know how to put it in a proper way. It's a valued, it's a value system yeah, it's a different value system.
I would suggest that it is a different value system, but it's the unacknowledged value system that happens in that's what makes the world work. That's what they call the old boys network, or that's what they, it's just not actually acknowledged. That's where the funding actually goes anyway.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If we were to be honest about it.
Well, yeah, because it's a completely different relationship, right?
That's right.
Yeah, you're definitely right. I mean, we have to figure out. I think part of it too is figuring out that funding. Just because there's no funding doesn't mean we don't do it.
That's right.
If there's no funding, it means we have to think about how to do this anyways. Because if this is, I remember one of our elders saying, as soon as you start talking about money, that's it. It messes everything up.
Yeah.
And I heard her like so long ago. She's passed on now, and I always keep that in my head of it can't just be about money. It's got to be about the value. Like, what is this?
Guess what I would like to say, Michelle, is thank you for sharing your personal story and the connection to your career, because you did hit a real personal spot for me, which is the St. Eugene's residential school. And because my mom attended, she was taken from home when she was 4, turning 5. Oh. So it was really neat to hear, because I was just speaking with Catherine, I think it was this morning or yesterday, about thinking maybe I shouldn't go to Cranbrook because of that experience, right? Because almost the fear, the last time I was there, I took my kids there and we looked at it from the outside, and my son was 4, and that was 11 years ago now, and just telling him this is where your grandma was when he was your age, or when she was your age, and then just realizing that just hit me like a ton of bricks at that time. So we hadn't gone back there again, and then listening to your presentation today about reclaiming that, bringing back to that building what was taken away from many of our children, and that are grown adults now, because I heard my mom speak to the first year medical students up in the interior, and she shared a story that I had never heard about the language being taken away and not being allowed to speak the language at residential school, but then that put the barrier up for her to return home and communicate with her parents, because my grandparents, because that was the only language they knew. What was the barrier? A language that was taken away, and you were spanked for speaking, but you have to return home and make the decision to speak the language. And all of it was interesting, how you tied in research to our children, and sharing your life experiences from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. When I was looking at your presentation, I was sitting at my desk thinking, wow, this is a lot. But, you framed it in such a context that I was able to understand, and it made complete sense. And thank you for doing the good work that you do. And definitely we would like to have more opportunities for some partnerships here at the UBC Learning Circle, and look at maybe even a connection to our youth as well, to our youth circle. It's very important work that you're doing, and I agree. It's that, the 7 generations. We hear about working for the 7 generations and looking back. Now it's, kind of challenged me personally to look 7 generations back. I think I've looked 4 generations back, but never gone beyond that. So thank you for sharing your story and the ontology, the lived experiences. I've learned something today.
There's a great tie to Western science. Through epigenetics, they've actually come to recognize that transmission of impacts or transmission of behaviors, and have actually they can trace it 4 generations in rats.
That's amazing.
And so the late Dr. Clyde Hertzman, who I worked with at HELP, he was in a meeting where they announced that, and he came back and he said to me, if it wasn't for you telling me about 7 generations, and he said, we're just catching up to you. And so for me it was, yeah, we have knowledge to share. We have very grounded information. We have to unearth it again. We have to bring it out again. Yeah.
A personal and collective challenge.
Oh, yeah.
So just a quick summary. Thank you again. Thank you, Leah, for joining us today as well. It's been exciting. We do have some upcoming learning circles. April 16th, let's just do some promotion around that in our communities to our youth around hepatitis C and harm reduction. Let's get our numbers up for that presentation. Jessica from YouthCo will be here, as well as the Canadian Breast Cancer Foundation, Breast Health 101, is here on April 17th. And we need to increase our numbers on Vancouver Island for the regional First Nations Health Authority planning sessions. April 15th is Vancouver Island, April 18th is Fraser, April 24th is Vancouver Coastal, April 25th is the Interior, and April 29th is the Northern. So let's please have a look at our website and register for your respective regions. In addition to please take a look at the Strong Conference. We partnered with the First Nations Technology Council for their annual conference on May 6th to 8th. Register by the end of today to be entered to win a 32 gigabyte iPad mini, which is really quite exciting. Yes. And then May 27th, as Michelle has mentioned, we are partnering and we'll be finalizing our agenda and circulating that via the UBC Learning Circle. So thank you for joining us today. And again, thank you, Heichka and Cook's Gym.
Hey. Thank you all. I don't know where you are, but thank you all for giving time and energy.
Some of our bridges probably had maxed out.
Oh, there's a bunch of questions there.
Yes, there is, and we will.
Are you all on there still? Can I see that still, or do we have to?
We can go.
Yeah, Adobe Connect.
Okay. Adobe Connect.
Is it done? No.
No, Adobe Connect.
Okay.
She has our bridge.
Okay.
So she can.
I don't want to.
There's 6 people still here.
Okay. So should I still? Can I look at those things, or what do I
There's
do?
any questions?
Let me just make it a little larger.
I think it's just thank you. They're all saying thank you.
Thank you.
So no questions.
Oh, okay. I'd like to. Can I see some of the feedback? I'd love to see some of the feedback on it.
Oh, we'll get some after usually.
We can get
Okay.
complete chat.
Yeah,
the
we'll
whole
get a
chat.
whole
Oh,
chat
okay.
for you, and then we'll get some feedback.
That would be great. Yeah. Okay.
Mercury Center Society.
Are we still on then?
Mm-hmm. Catherine, did you? We're still on the video conference. There's still people on. They're typing their thank yous.
Oh, Adobe.
Is there a password for this? Do you know it?
Oh, that, or like to our security network?
Is that what that is?
Yeah. So it should be. What is our?
Everybody can hear you.
We're on UBC Secure here, so we actually have.